And we're live from Shore of Existence, as named by Bax. This is the night show of the Up All Night Tour, named by Duel. Welcome everyone. See who's here. I see. Well, Bax is here. Pierre's here. Duel. Hey, Zimchuck. Muties is season to be jolly. Fa la 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 is here. Douglas Fillmore's here. Dom's just bring back the pie charts is here. Tubi, Staffy, Elliot, Positive Powder, Donut, Kid Vet, Molotov Cocktail, Megs is here. Brooms, Santa Chugs, Mr. Robert, Wow, Soda's here. Cundog and Beanarino. Hey everyone. And Lexman. Hey Lexman 27. And Blue Nana too. Hey Blue Nana. Blue Nana C. Oh, we got a Doug commission. It's a recommission. Process. Cancel. You're watching Radio UFO Chaser? Copy. Monorail. Let's see. Recommission. I'm sure I said this the last time that we played this. Or Monorail, but Monorail, there's a JB, isn't there a JB song? The JB's Monorail or something? JB's Monorail. Yeah. JB's Monorail. The JBs were James Brown's backing band. They also did albums without James Brown. They had folks like Fred Wesley and Maceo Parker. What am I doing? Dom says James Brown was on The Simpsons. Stonecutters confirmed. Let's see. How is everyone's Saturday? Who in chat has snow on the ground where you are? Positive Power says it melted. Molotov says just endless rain. Bunan says not anymore. Oh, Zimchuk, it's about 14 to 15 inches. It snowed. Bax, it snowed in New York a couple days ago. Doug has there's slushy snow. Max is in Canada, sort of a default. Staffy hasn't seen outside yet. And how long? Oh, I fixed pie charts. It was not a problem with the pie chart script. itself. It was a script related to bot talk. Gotta read the drum fills. I got the blues, but it ain't bad, cause this ETC kid is pretty darn rad. He plays the bone and the kazoo too. If it is an instrument, he knows what to do. Tubi and Jiffy move while we all groove. 12/8 shuffle beat 156. Down bro chords. Is this a muti or a dom commission originally? I'm guessing muti or dom. Let's see. It is dom's commission. Let's see. Okay, melody, train. You know, Dom, I don't listen to that much Coltrane, but I do have. I think the Coltrane I've listened to the most is probably the album Blue Train. I have that on vinyl, and I listened to that a lot when I was in high school. I think it doesn't have Curtis Fuller on it, on trombone, and am I remembering that right? It's before Coltrane got all intellectual. It's more hard bop. Thompson's Blue Train is great. One day, or I transcribed Kenny Drew solos. Oh wow. Curtis and Lee Morgan, right? Lee Morgan. What a duo. I don't like trombone very often. Honestly, I've never been into trombone, even in high school. Even when I was really, I never liked very many trombone players. But Curtis Fuller had some moments. The only trombone player I ever sort of was into a little bit was Jimmy Knepper, when Jimmy Knepper played with Mingus. So I think it might have been more Mingus rubbing off on Jimmy Knepper. But I like that Jimmy Knepper played trombone like a trombone. Meaning he'd use the slide. A lot of jazz trombone players, they want to pretend they're saxophone players. So they just try to play super fast. And they don't have fun with the fact that they got a slide. Jimmy Knepper would use a slide though. Let's see. Let's see. Did I do the melody? I didn't do it. Oops. Okay. And our drum kit, the tribal kit. 12. Oh, 12/8, right, I forgot. It's good I got a reminder. 12/8, okay. That's not 12/8, is it? I was like, what? Doesn't seem right. Here's 12/8. It took me longer than it should have. Let's make it easy. (12/8) and then shuffle beat. You know what? Those notes I added, let's do them as toms instead. That might get a bit much though, if it happens every time. So we're only to do it after 2. He says, every 4 measures my beats don't feel cohesive. And by beats, you mean just the drum beat, or you mean everything? You mean the whole arrangement, just the drums? I mean, it's hard for me to say without hearing it, but I would say that it's a personal preference whether or not you have drum fills. There's tons of music where the drums are barely changing, and they're not, you know, and drum fills, but drum fills don't have to be dramatic, you know, like it doesn't even necessarily have to be a fill. It could just be you have one little note that changes, one note, that instead of a closed hi-hat, you have an open hi-hat, you know, on the end of 4. And that will, I mean, it might be by cohesive, maybe what do you mean, like you want to, drum fills help shape, give a sense that you have a 4-measure loop, right? It helps define that you're doing these groupings. If your melodic stuff on top doesn't define it, right? If everything else is looping, then that drum fill is going to tell everyone, okay, we're about to get into a new grouping. But again, a drum fill doesn't have to be complicated. It could just be like if we have 4 of these, this is an incredibly simple beat. right? And all I'm going to do is add an open hi-hat right here. Right? So simple. You know, that little thing, all I added is 2 notes at the very end of the 4-measure loop. You know, and it helps divide it up. Okay, let's see. Sounds, dobro chords. Oh yeah, definitely, Muty. Dobro chords. And then Muty's blues harp. Dogs is at a debut. And then we got a timpani. That's not a timpani. I don't know what it's like on your end watching, but what I feel when I go to play an instrument and it's not what it's supposed to be, it's like, you know, this moment of existential, just like, now this, there's not an organ, there's not a timpani. Let's see, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm almost certain I'm going to have Tubi take over this part of the show. And all I'm going to do, I'm not going to talk at all. I'm just going to do the sound demos. Tubi will do all. And so Tubi will always know that there's a debut. You know, because I get 60% of them, I notice. Do you know how I know it's a debut? I cannot read any of the text, right? So I'm looking at what y'all see right now. So I can, you know, but I just judge it by how long the text is. So if it's very short, then I know it's a debut. But I can't read what it says. All I can read is, I mean, I guess if I really squint, I used to be able to read it. I guess my eyes are my eyes are getting worse. Okay, do we have timpani now? And then rhythm organ. You and I like pizza. And then tulip. Wait, what was Muty's blues harp? Okay. Okay, y'all pick. Unless Doug votes, it's the commission, y'all pick which sound starts the improv. This part I'm gonna have Tubi do too. Yeah. And yeah, basically I'm going to do the improv parts. Tubi's going to do the structural stuff. And then Tubi will improv on those. You know? Tubi will add random adjectives. That might make it more fun, actually, if it's not just pick the first sound, but Tubi says, pick the first sound that reminds you of leopards ice skating on the surface of the sun. Pick the first sound that tastes like pizza. Pick the first sound. Doug says, title inspire M-word or any Simpsons references. Okay. Nita says that would mean too we could rig votes. Pick this first sound that reminds you the most of Dombro chords. And you like pizza wins. Not Dombro chords. Okay, let's see. Hey to Death by Coffee. MX Valiant, Tabiro, Tabiro or not Tabiro is here. Hey, Emma Tan, welcome back. Oh, you and Camelback insulated water bottles are great. Yeah, this was a gift from chat. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, let's end this Poe. And it is going to be Dombro chords. Let's see. There we go. Oh, is audition recording? Do I have a delay? Why does it take so long to change? Here, I gotta check that. Check if audition is recording. Do I have a delay until after timestamp? Oh, I do. Well, that's silly. Why did I do that? That's the whole problem. Delay until after timestamp. Ah. Here we go. I love long variable names. I know that's looked down upon by real coders, but I like really descriptive variables. I wonder though, I probably have some variables that are 15, 20 characters long. I'm unafraid. Okay, let's see. Here we go. Time to etc. Hi, if you came in during the music and this is your first time watching, welcome. I'm the Etc. Kid. What you just heard was improvised music, meaning I was making it up from scratch as I went along. But I got a ton of help from chat. Chat chose the sounds I was using, the speed of the music, the drum beats and drum fills were generated from people's usernames. So if you want to get involved, the easiest way to do that right away is type !drums in chat for a chance to be a drum fill or a drum loop in one of the upcoming songs we do. But that's only the beginning. There are many different musical things you can request, but you don't need any musical experience to participate. There are many ways to share your creativity. You can help name all the songs we do on the show. You can help write the script of our channel's bot. We do fun community projects on Discord. So it might seem a little overwhelming, I know, but if you stick around, take a leap of faith, you'll have everything figured out super fast. So welcome again, and I look forward to meeting you in chat. It's a dark and stormy night. You hear a crash. You stumble out of bed. It's pitch black. First you step on a Lego. Then you step on a banana peel. At least you hope it's a banana peel. Next thing you know, you're on a skateboard, crashing down the stairs. If only you'd had the ETC nightlight. I'm not only on the Twitch, I'm also on the Instagram, the Twitter, the Facebook, the YouTube, the Discord. Follow me there for more content like this. The Rainy Day by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. My life is cold and dark and dreary. It rains and the wind is never weary. My thoughts still cling to the moldering past, but the hopes of youth fall thick in the blast, and the days are dark and dreary. Be still, sad heart, and cease repining. Behind the clouds is the sun still shining. Thy fate is the common fate of all. Into each life some rain must fall. Some days must be dark and dreary. Thanks. Thanks for those calps. Thanks, Doug, for the commission. Title is Dom Moleman. Staffy Multi-Rails. Oh, thanks, Doug. Positive powder donut, moting around the house. Brooms, mo money, mo problems. Rage, three-eyed guppies. Oh. Why did it do that? Bot snip or logs. Bam. Why are there paragraphs in there? Oh. Wait, why doesn't it have... Oh, I know that. I know what I did wrong. I need to do that for both. Yeah, that's the issue. Oh, hey to Captain Stone, Nicholas Rage, S.A. Lowell, Wubba Kawabka, Blue Jinx Live. Pierre says no whistling. Maybe I should do a whistle show, just whistling. I could go out in the desert, I could stream from the desert. But I've lots of reverb, you know? Dust and sand swirling around as I whistle, melt with melancholy. Bear's not a fan of the whistling. Let's see. It's unconscious when I do it. I'm not consciously deciding now I'm gonna whistle. It just sort of happens, you know? Like aging, you know, it just sort of happens. You wake up and you're older. Some other titles: UFO Chaser 42, Bleeding Gums Etc. Death by Coffee, it involves a spoon and a giraffe. Brooms, Groaning the Night Away. Douglas Fillmore, I'm in Denmark. Pierre, no, after this crate, and this crate, there's only one more crate of beer left. Muty Oliver Stonecutter. Nicholas Rage. Cargon. Dom Blinky's Blues. Staffy Monochromatic Chromatic Tendencies. Positive Powder Donut, Duff Le Bag of Beer. Oh, Tubi's got some new Say My Names. Tubi wants to be known as Kessler Nutsmoopback. That's hard to say. Kessler Nuts... Okay. Nutsmoopback. There we go. Kessler Nutsmoopback. Tubi also wants to be known as Hands-Free Reynolds. Tubi wants to be known as Otto Jericho. Tubi wants to be known as Nemnex Twitchington. What? Okay. Hands-free Reynolds. Oops, see, I did it again. Send this boat. Hey, Desaldre. I think it's one of the most satisfying sound. Oh, and it's Moleman. Dom has named it Moleman. So you hear how the organ, it sounds sort of solid and then it starts wavering. So it's solid. Well, that was not as obvious there. There it is. What I'm doing is it's simulating a Leslie speaker. Leslie speaker is it's a big speaker, and it has a speaker that rotates, and so that rotation gives that wavering sound. So you can sort of control, you can turn the rotation on or off. I had one chance in a recording studio to play a Hammond organ with a Leslie speaker. It remains one of the greatest experiences of my life. That one time is so amazing. You just feel your body shaking. It's just so intense. This huge wooden speaker, it's massive with this rotating cone. Oh wow, Doug, thank you so much. Wow, a huge donation from Doug. Thank you, Doug. Thank you. Doug writes, got to get that double and a reward. Thank you. Thanks, Doug. Thank you. Wow, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So we get a reward. Thanks to Doug. Let's see. Let's find out where Jenkins is. We haven't heard an update on Jenkins in a couple weeks. Okay, if you want an update on Jenkins's whereabouts, run the reward command. Thank you, Doug. Thank you. Oh, and this track's gonna have Doug's 1050th sound request. Who was in the last poll? Positive Powder Donut, Dom, Brooms, Staffy, and Rage. Hey, Viaros. Okay, let's read some of these rewards. Positive Powder Donut got, they're talking about it everywhere. Jenkins went to the store to buy a flask. Muty got, you mean you didn't know that Jenkins is accepting the tricycle? What does that mean? Then Doug Doug Jenkins said he'd be back in 19 minutes, but that was 2 years ago. I have a feeling he'll be back any second now. Bax got Miss Mimi Noodle just announced on where's West Covina? Mimi Noodle just announced on West Covina's Channel 32 Daily News that Jenkins woke up this morning convinced that he is a blues. He's currently meeting with psychologist Cosmos the Anemone. And Mr. Robert got, while I was at the bar, I heard some gossip that Jenkins quit his job as a structural engineer to follow his lifelong dream of becoming a medical insurance claims analysis. Analyst. Medical insurance claims. Oh man, these occupations. I think I should. I just imported a list of occupations. I think it'd be better if y'all had added them. You know, I think it's a lot funnier when it's added by y'all. I read in McCall's that Jenkins had an allergic reaction to spicy noodle casserole from Serena Mart. Careful of Serena Mart. Staffy got, I just received an instant message from my sister-in-law that Jenkins was working at the Jackhammer International Factory when he fell in a strawberry-smelling boiling cauldron of shepherd's pie. Ooh, that's harsh. Whispers in the dark. There's whispers in the dark. Did I beat the hour? I beat the hour, didn't I? I wasn't even paying attention. I feel like I should get a reward if I beat the hour. I should get I don't know. Maybe we'll have like a glass case with a candy bar or something in it. Okay. Our featured sound. I bet this would get unlocked if I had a glass case and a hammer, and if we hit a goal, I'd have to break open the glass case. I bet that would be a popular unlock. Granted, it would make a mess, so it would have to be. I don't know, how could I make it not make a mess? Lemon face breakbeat kit. Sugar glass. Could eat the glass after show. Okay, let's see. First up, we got a beat for Kid Vet. Oops. And these have to be up here. See, sorry. There it is. Kid vet, and then dual. Oops, and again, these have to go up here. I almost want to hear. And maybe we'll add a. No, I like how it was. Okay. Let's check out our sounds. Sacred Tines. Oh, we got all these mellow sounds with this this beat. Sacred Tines from Soda, from Positive Powder Donut, Ambience Pluck. Dom Weird Organ. Santa Chug's Telepathy. And Meg's Very Happy Kappa. Oops. And then Doug with Y. Biero's Intoxicated. Okay, y'all pick which sound starts the improv. Oh, no, oh, whoops. He says, does Project X involve yoga? It should. You know, it's funny, Moody. I've actually thought about, I've daydreamed about, you know, someday being in the position to be able to afford to, I was thinking, have like a yoga instructor come to wherever my studio is, you know, and so I can do yoga, but we'll stream it. So y'all could do yoga also. It'd be early in the morning though, so it'd be a different demographic probably. It'd be at like, 6 in the morning. Especially as I get older, it's gonna be more important to be doing stuff like that. Laxmans is nude for you. Deathwick obviously 6 a.m. won't make that one. Well, it'd be 8 a.m. I get up at 6 a.m. my time, so that's 8 a.m. Eastern. Meg says just do it the cheap route and just follow along to YouTube videos. You know, to me, the whole reason to go to classes or have trainers is to ensure you do it. I remember I had a personal trainer for a couple of years, which was amazing, and yeah, the whole reason was that it would ensure that I did it. Because otherwise, the problem is that in the moment, exercise never seems like the most important thing. There's always something else that seems more important. You know, I'm like, oh, I can do this tomorrow. This coding project or this whatever is more important. So yeah, but if you're paying somebody and they're expecting you to show up, well, you go. Max is like, you could program Tuba to yell at you until you do it, or just subcontract me, I'll harass you. Right, but then I'm paying somebody, right? Subcontracting implies I'm paying, which is the same effect. You know, it's funny, Mags. I did something like that very briefly, where I went through a one of those companies that, I don't know, outsourcing company, you know, and I hired this guy to this was when I was actually, you know, I was making money. I had, you know, I was what was I doing that was making money? Anyway, I had the money to do this. And I hired this guy to just call me every couple hours. And he had these questions he asked, and he didn't know what the questions meant, but he would track my responses. And it was just a way to help myself do certain things that I was having a hard time prioritizing. Small things, you know, I have a real hard time dealing with small stuff. I like big projects. Small projects feel like such an imposition, you know, little things. So I needed help. I did that for a little while, then I couldn't afford it anymore, and it wasn't very much. It was. I think I was paying him an hour's pay for like a 2-minute call or something. Max, I'll harass you for the low price of $0 a month. Okay, let's end this post. Staffy says nobody expects a small project imposition. I have to be careful. I'm going to break my fingers. That was perilously close to breaking 2 of my fingers just now. Shouldn't do that anymore. Okay. Meaty says Tubi should give you yoga instructions. A bit of verb cooking here, a bit of sport there. Okay, kid. I want you to do 13 million upside down squats while screaming the following phrase. We jabber the kappa telepathy. Max says, because you see harassing you will also keep me on track. I need to start daily walks and snowshoeing. Megs ate a lot in quarantine and got fat because I learned how to make sourdough and really good waffles. I've only been snowshoeing once, and it was really fun. It's really fun. Do you do it often, or you're trying to do it more often? Wise BRO and Toctate. Oh, and let me do these sounds. Transparent. There we go. Bog. B-O-G. That's for Staffy. And then for positive powdered donuts, RAI. Meg says, I need to get a pair of snowshoes post-Xmas, and I'm doing it daily. The new house has a big field behind it, so lots of room to practice. I can't climb mountains, so I've been improvising. It's really good exercise, if I remember. I mean, because, you know, it's a lot easier to walk on snow when you have snowshoes on, but then you've got these snowshoes on. But they've gotten pretty aerodynamic, right? I mean, snowshoes used to be these big things. Now they're really tiny and dainty, right? And then brooms with TMH. Oops. That was Bog. Yeah, the first sound I played, Staffy, was Bog. I've played 3 sounds now. The first of the 3 was Bog. This is TMH. Now we got XUH. Oh, and Positive Powder Donut named their sound Rainy Art Interest. And Staffy named their sound Bog Champ. And that XUH, this last sound was for Rage. And oh, this sound is for Iros, Biros. It's all about that right there. Let's put reverb on it. And Iros is named that the name of the sound is Iros' Christmas gift to Doug 2020. I think Doug's never going to forget this. How many... I wonder who they hired to do this. Oh, that's it. There's no more sounds. Oh, it's a groove. Oh, I like this one. Nicolas Cage, the beatboxer. Okay, here we go. Man, are there any of these steps that I can remove? No, I guess not. I turn on that. I move this. Gotta do that. I have to press that button. I ignored those 2 steps though. That step's sort of important. But it's not working. Oh, because I'm on this screen. Hey, Sam. Sam's here. Is it gonna work now? Oh, there it did. It's gonna go back. Huh. Guess that didn't work. Okay. Wait, I gotta check the script. Audition. Check if audition is return to main view. Oh, now it did it. Okay, here we go. Time to its set rate. Hi, if this is your first time watching and you came in during the music, welcome. I'm the Etc. Kid. What you just heard was a live musical improvisation, meaning I was making up the music from scratch as I went along, but I got a ton of help from you guys in chat. You guys chose all the sounds I was using, the speed of the music. I turned your names into drum rhythms that powered the song. So if you want to get involved, the easiest way to do that right away is type !drums in chat for a chance to be a drum rhythm on one of the upcoming songs. But that's only the beginning. There are many different ways to participate and share your creativity. You don't need any musical background. You get to help name all the songs we created in the show. You can help write the script of our channel's bot. We do fun community things on our Discord. So we got a lot going on. It might seem a little overwhelming at first, but if you stick around, you will figure it out super fast. So welcome to the Etceterati. Apparently I'm on social media. If you follow me there, you'll find highlights from the show, stripped down arrangements of old songs, poetry recitations, behind the scenes photos, portraits of Jiffy Star Child, thoughts in the creative process, and a whole lot more. Stuff like this. Gotta lay down my burden. Gotta lay it down by the river, down by the riverside. Gotta lay down my sword and shield. Gotta lay it down by the river, down by the riverside. I ain't gonna study war no more. I'm done fighting you. Thanks for the, whoops, forgot. Thanks for those scalps. Titles: Death by Coffee, Lost in Population. Doug, Trace of Silver. Staffy, Inner Turquoise. Muty, Do I Stay High? Brooms, Stop Time if you've heard this one. This is not the song we just played. Did I cut off the video? I don't even remember. Did I cut it off? Why is this song playing? Oh, I played flute and I did sax on here too. Oh, there it goes. Oh, I wonder if it's because I'm on this screen. Oh, does this script require? No, it doesn't require that, does it? I don't know. Hey, the 3 Muffin Love 91 and Blue Mangoes. Let's see. Some other titles: Blue Mangoes, I'm Your Huckleberry. Bax, Adventures with a Beatboxing Clarinet. Brooms, The Beefer They Are, the Boofer They Fall. Douglas Fillmore, Gravity Class. Muty, Last Call for the Barcode. Staffy, a scanner story. Death by Coffee, bitter barcode stipulations. Oh, we got a follow from Noter Brewitt. Thank you. Thanks for the follow. Where's our background music? Our rage name to sound alien curse words. Oh, and welcome to Meowington 321. Oh, did I freeze it? Alright, so is it possible to use that beatbox sound as a kit? Yeah. Just tell me. It's going to give you an error message. Well, it won't give you an error, but just let me know when you're talking about for a commission? For a commission, yes. Not normally, but for a commission, yeah. Just let me know when you submit it, and I'll manually change it. Send this Poe. And it's Muty, do I stay high? Thank you, Muty. Thanks, everyone. That was Do I Stay High? We got a first request ever. Biaro's got a sound. Noter Brewitt's got a drum fill and a drum loop. And Noter Brewitt, if you're wondering how that happened, it's because when you followed, you automatically got some requests. Oh, good night. Oh, I hope you feel better. Hope you feel better. It's also Bax's 10th sound, Mr. Roberts' 1400th drum fill, and wow, so does 2500th my brain stopped working for a moment. 2500th request. Max Rice hashtag, there was an attempt. Okay, let's see. Let's do our... Oh, Max, I think you might have stepped out when I mentioned this yesterday, but remember we talked about that song 5'2"? Eyes of Blue? That song's going into the public domain in January 1st. Hey, Aunt Mods. It's just, it's so, you know, laws are so arbitrary sometimes, you know? It's just so strange because on December 31st, if I were to perform that song on Twitch, I would be at risk of getting sued. But on January 1st, it's fair game. It's just so arbitrary, you know? Laws can be so arbitrary. I mean, I understand why they're arbitrary, but still, they're arbitrary. Oh, wow. Thank you so much, Cool Reason. Thank you. Cool Reason writes with a big donation, says, let's hit that goal of the day. Thank you, Cool Reason. Thank you. Wow, thank you so much. Honor for Cool Reason. Thank you. Let's see. Oh, it's good. Well, it's good to have you here now, Cool Reason. there's and then a donation from Wow Wow Soda, and it writes 2,500 exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, and then hashtag please credit correct username. Yeah, Wow Wow Sodas. Wait, I forget, does Exploded Soda have an underscore or not? Thank you, Wow Wow Soda. Oh, I could just type it in. Whoops. You almost think I'm the worst typist because I make all these mistakes when I try to do it in chat, but I have a good reason. Like, I can't even see what I'm writing. I can't, it's so small on the screen and over there. It's tiny, tiny letters. I have no idea what I've written. Cool Reason is fluent in Taiwanese. Meg says, I'm making this your chat's responsible because I have yet another headache. Am I making salmon or nachos for dinner? Salmon. I didn't even have to hesitate. Because, I mean, it's salmon. Nachos, you know, nachos are great, but they're just, you know, you eat nachos at bars and stuff. They're just sort of, but salmon, I mean, salmon, I've probably only had salmon a few times in my life. Well, that's not true. I have salmon in salad sometimes. Yeah, salmon. I say salmon. That's my vote. I wonder, you know, I should have a way to have Tubi do pose and pies for where it's not a Tubi poll, where I just set so it's spontaneous. Because it'd be nice to have Tubi do a quick poll, salmon versus, you know. Let me write that down. That would be an easy. That'd probably take me 15 minutes to set up or less. Tubi manual poll. Dom slamming salmon. Right. Yeah, I had salmon. That's right. Yeah, that's why I'm so reacting so quickly, Megs, is that the slamming salmon. That was so good. It was a restaurant near my house. It was expensive. It was definitely splurging to go eat there. The salmon was so good. Oh, pulled pork. That's another delicious thing. Megs make pulled pork. Oh, I haven't had pulled pork in years. Man, this is gonna be the longest stretch of my life. Well, no, I bet as a kid there were years where I didn't go to a restaurant, but probably once I hit 20, I definitely went to at least a restaurant at least once or twice a year, you know. But it's been 9 months since I've been in a restaurant. Coover says, photo known fact, tubular bells was first used on Slam a Salmon. Improvised the day after kid ate that salmon, eventually became, oh, it was your signature sound because of that? Okay, Neo Soul Kit. And, whoops, didn't make the beats yet. Groovy. And then we got Notre Brute. Speaking of brutes, I wonder how the Brute Squad is doing. Last time the Brute Squad was here, they'd picked up a new saxophone, right? Am I remembering that right? Media says, what's a meal you loved as a kid but don't like anymore as the kid? I think everything I liked as a kid I still like. There are probably things that are reverse. There are definitely things I did not like as a kid that I like now. I was very picky as a kid. So yeah, my palate has expanded. It has not contracted. It has expanded. But my favorite meal as a kid was spaghetti, and I still love spaghetti just as much. I'm sure there's some. I mean, I don't know. No, I mean, I'm sure I like everything I liked as a kid still. Max says, did you know your taste buds change every 7 years? I love this drum kit with this BPM with these loops. It's just a really tight kit. Oh yeah, so for the game show I need to not do lyrics because y'all get those so easy every time. Unless I do really obscure. I mean, that's the thing. I don't know lyrics, so everything to me is difficult. Doesn't matter if it could be the #1 song for 50 years, and I'll be like, oh, those were the lyrics? Seriously? So, no lyrics in the next game show. Like 6 rounds of Housewives. Housewives of Shakespeare. It's me a bunch of different things. Housewives or Plato. Housewives or Marx. Housewives or Mr. Roberts says, I went through several years when I was a kid where I didn't eat mac and cheese because the Blues Clues mac and cheese turned green. You know, cheese being yellow, no? Me used to love Brussels sprouts. Then one day they made me sick. Meg says, that's why you should because it changes every 7 years, and Meg's right. So that's why you should periodically see if your tastes have changed and you like things you didn't used to. I feel like there's not many things I don't like. We discussed this recently, olives. I'm not a big olive fan. I mean, I'm not a big fan of anything that's pickled. The pickle flavor, I don't get it. And cottage cheese, but I haven't had cottage cheese since I was a kid, so maybe I like it now. But is there anything else I don't like? It's undeclared raisins, right. So what are pickles? So things like coleslaw, all that kind of stuff. I don't like that flavor. Corey says you don't like lutefisk, I bet. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever had it, but I'll trust you on that. But that's a great question you asked. Can anyone think of that? Is there something, either direction, something you didn't like as a kid and like now, or you liked as a kid but you no longer like? Well, I guess I liked carbonated beverages as a kid, but I don't like them now. But I'll still drink them. I mean, if I'm having a burger, maybe I'll just out of nostalgia or something. But I could be fine living the rest of my life and never again drink a carbonation. Bax says, I didn't like booze when I was young, but then I got married. That could be interpreted in a lot of different ways. The storytelling part of my brain instantly has like 6 or 7 different stories as to what that means. Okay, sounds. Violins, one staccato. And then Santa Chugs, that was from Santa Chugs. Then from Bax, great robot hounds. I bet Tubi would love a robot dog. Wow, so it was Silverpad V1. Hey, it's Pete Mouse. And then from Staffy, Gentle Synthesis Jam. I like candy just as much as I did when I was a kid. That has not changed. This is Ziff Corp. And then it's going to make an early appearance. The name of this sound is Iris's Christmas gift to Doug. But I'm going to use that sound sparingly, assuming that Iros puts it in a commission where it'll be more featured as a drum kit. Let's see. Okay. Do light show, yes. Pete, you can't have candy or any kind of sugar? Ooh. Mutis, does that mean orchestral kit could be a main drum kit, for instance? Yeah, I mean, I should have said with when Iris asked, now that I think about it, the thing is that the drum generator assumes that certain sounds are in certain places. And so, you know, the orchestral kit and the beatboxing things don't follow those rules. So the drum generator won't work that well. So I think I would reserve the right to actually change sounds. We can have the drum generator make the rhythm, but I will probably change which of the things are actually being played. Because this would be... Yeah, because it doesn't correspond to... Okay, I don't think I have energy for the distorted whatever that is. Like that's supposed to be, you know, that would be a kick drum as far as the drum generator is concerned. But that's not a kick drum, you know? Hey, Blaze Demon. There was this one sound I really liked. I can't find it now. Where is it? It's gone. It's gone. I don't know what happened. Did I imagine it? Did I imagine the sound? Staff says I think it was to your left. I went through every one. I played every single sound. It was a percussive rhythm, a higher sound. It wasn't. It didn't have the the low beatboxing stuff. At least that's my memory of it. I need to hold it down. Oh, to be the engineer on this recording project. Because, the guy doing it looked hilarious as he was making these sounds. I mean, you can't do that without looking funny. That's not the one, but I still don't know where it is. Meg says that's basically how I sound when I sneeze. Okay, let's end this. Is this the new R2D2? Man, we haven't had an R2D2 sound in a while. man, R2D2 hasn't talked in, man, it's probably been in 6 months at least since we had the last R2D2. I wish I had made a note. There were some sounds that, not every synth sound works as R2D2. Only certain ones. And I don't know where any of them are. And it's no surprise. It's what I was just playing is gonna be the first sound. Okay, let's see. Unlock camera switching. I never look at that. I never look at that step either. Fortunately, I remember to do it usually. Audition is recording, yes. Oh, that worked that time. Sweet. I fixed something. Okay. Oh, that's not good what I just did. Oh no. Oh no. I didn't break it. Oh, that's lucky. Okay, here we go. Time to accelerate. Hey, I'm the Etc. Kid, and I'm walking with a selfie stick looking like a fool, hoping I don't trip. Also, I can tell all the new folks in chat, first off, welcome. This show can seem a little complicated at first, but if you stick around, you'll figure it out really fast. The easiest way to get involved right away is to type !drums in chat, and then I'll turn you into a rhythm on one of our upcoming songs. And there's many other things you can request. You can help name the songs we create on this show. You can help write the script of our channel's bot. We do fun community things on Discord. So there's so many ways to participate. Welcome. Welcome to the Etcerati. Okay, outtake. Welcome to the Etcerati. There we go. Things move pretty fast in ETC world, but you can keep up on everything on the Instagram, the Twitter, the Facebook, the YouTube, the Discord. You'll find fun content like what you're about to see. It's not stage fright. It's feeling like you can pick your nose if you want to, you know? I mean, not that specifically, but that idea. Every once in a while, if I really want to, and it won't get clipped. Would you prefer that I stayed on screen in between songs? Even if I'm not interacting, you're just watching me move the keyboard around and turn lights on. I think I might feel okay about it if I'm on camera, if the bumper videos are still playing. Probably new people are gonna notice the big video and everyone else will be like, I've seen that big video 1,000 times. What is Tiny Kid doing that's embarrassing? I can't stop thinking about, I'm gonna be on camera non-stop now. I don't know if I can take this. I didn't set out to be a streamer where the camera's on all the time. I'm gonna have to make really good usage of the animation after the song ends. The one moment when I'm not gonna be on screen, I'm gonna just do crazy dances and make faces and just get it all out, you know? Thanks for those scalps. Let's see, titles. Meowington321 with Noir and Space, Brooms, Strange Categories, Miss Robert Take the Baby and Run, Staffy, Feather Cause, and Positive Power, Froggy Bongos. Did I play Melodica on this one, or was the previous song as this one? Oh, we got a pie chart. It's a good thing I fixed that last night. Or when did I fix it? It was before the show. Oh, and we have an encore. Let's see. And an orchestral. Let's do. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna do a song, and then our encore. Let's do the orchestral. So if folks can start making orchestral sound requests, those include the string family, which is the violins, the violas, the cellos, the acoustic basses, as well as just string ensembles, orchestral sections. The brass instruments in the orchestra are the trombone, the trumpet, the French horn, and the tuba. The woodwinds are the English horn, bassoon, oboe, clarinet, flute, piccolo, and then there's orchestral percussion and timpani. Mr. Roberts' random question. Can a multi-part message contain an empty option without specifying empty or whatever? No. That's a good idea. But it doesn't work that way. But that's a good idea. But I think I'll just stick with empty. Or is it nothing? I forget if it's nothing or empty. Which one is it? I think it's nothing. I think there's two ways to do it, which is ridiculous. I think there's two ways to do it. Either a bot snippet that's, yeah, I think. I mean, your way makes more sense. Although visually it might be easier for people to, it might still be, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's nothing. It's this. But this also does it. But it's silly. There shouldn't be two things. And I wouldn't worry about the empty. I would worry about the bot snippet. That's canonical. The empty thing, I think I'm going to take out. Although maybe empty makes more sense. I don't know. See, now I'm overthinking it. And big thanks to so if folks are wondering what this question's about, Mr. Robert volunteered to help out making a web editor, a web validator for bot snippets, for bot talk. So you'll be able to sort of test your message before you try submitting it. It's not going to give you, it won't give you the result, but it'll tell you whether you have any errors. Excuse me. Sneezes usually come in pairs, right? Is there going to be a second one? I feel the second one coming. Can I fight it off? Oh, and then there were all these Star Wars references. Cool Reasons, some other titles. Cool Reasons live from Endor. Dom with Ewok and Roll. Muties, Ewok this way and take an Ewok on the wild side. Are they going to do an Ewok spinoff? They're doing all these Star Wars spinoffs now. Are they going to do? Does anyone know? Is there an Ewok one planned? I think one of my favorite parts of Return of the Jedi was the when they had those chases in the forest with the stormtrooper. I don't know what the things are called. You know those vehicles? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? They're racing through the trees. They're called speeders. Yeah, I remember that being, I mean, I haven't seen it in 20 years, but I remember being very exciting. Yeah, Mr. Robert, I have a few commands that in bot talk that they use you know, they look like tags, but there's no closing tag. You only need the open tag. But I realize that might be a headache to deal with. Although I don't know if there'd be ones that y'all would use anyway. I wonder what makes the most sense. Blank, nothing, or empty? A little known fact is you can embed options sets within option sets. But the downside of that is that your odds of making a mistake are much higher when you're trying to embed options in option sets. Do I do foot massages? What? Tuba, you don't have feet. I mean, I suppose you do. Yeah, I guess you do have feet. Okay, let's add this bow. And then it's time for Pose and Pies. Speaking of Tubi. Okay, let's break this tie. And it's Positive Patter Donut. Froggy Bongos. Froggy Bongos. Cooper says he does messages, not massages. Thanks, Positive Patter Donut. That was Froggy Bongos. This track was sort of loungy, you know? I wonder if I forget how to add songs to the lounge playlist for the game show. Okay, Poles and Pies. Let's see if I did in fact fix it. Tubi?
Big deal. It's time for the beautiful Pose and Pies by Tubi. Here's a question. Most of your friends would describe your personality as similar to, and your options. 1. Jean shorts. 2. Trackster. 3. Blueberries. 4. Daffodil. 5. Onishi bathing suit. 6. Jar of pickles.
Onishi bathing suit? I've never heard of an Onishi bathing suit, Tubi. Onishi? Oh, look at that. That's screwed up. I wonder why that happened. Onishi. Onishi. I might have to go with Onishi. Okay. Let's end this. And his jar of pickles. Look at that. 50% of y'all chose a jar of pickles. Okay, here we go. Second one.
Here's a question. Which of the following places would you most like to visit? And your options. 1. Fleece Factory in Omaha. 2. Burundi. 3. Troy McClure's suburban ranch in Rwanda. 4. Charles Leclerc's track ranch in United Kingdom. 5. A zoo in the Suez of Detroit.
Okay, which of the following places would you most like to visit? Flea's Factory in Omaha, or the country of Burundi, or Troy McClure's suburban ranch in Rwanda, or Charles Leclerc's tract ranch in the United Kingdom, or a zoo in the sewers of Detroit? Honestly, I think I'm going 5. I think I gotta go into the sewers. A zoo? That sounds amazing. You know, it's almost like Pac-Man, you know, with Pac-Man's purple and his maybe not. Can Pac-Man eat? I don't know. Do we know which one Pac-Man is? Pac-Man, can you eat? Can you eat all the other colors? No, you're holding still. Oh, look at that. No, it's a fight. Oh, what's happened to Pac-Man? If I should have ended the poll. Now Pac-Man is getting... Pac-Man is, what's the word I'm looking for? No. Okay, I'm ending the poll, so if you want to change back to something, do it fast. About to end the poll. Do your final decision in chat. Okay, I'm ending the poll. And it's the sewers, a zoo in the sewers of Detroit. A zoo in the sewers of Detroit. Thank you, Tubi. You're a superstar. Hopefully next week, Tubi, you'll be able to talk back. You actually can't do that from this screen, can you? Oh, I need to do that. Oh. Wait. Original. Why didn't that work? Paragraph. Tubi censor. Oh, there's the mistake. Silly me. There it is. Okay. Hey, Pac-Man. See, we got a Pac-Man here. Pac-Man 1305. How you doing? We were just talking about Pac-Man. Just like 3 minutes ago. Oh, and Denzel Washington's here. Skyborg, hey. And Hug Queen. Okay, we're going to have Noter Brute's first sound coming up. And Zimchuk's 5th song, Positive Powder Donut's 10th drum kit, and Dom's 6,900th request. 6,900th. Let's see. Random question. What were some of the funniest shows in the 60s? In the 1960s? 1950s, 1960s, 1970s. What were the funniest shows? I have an elderly relative that I want to find some shows from that era that are funny. The Munsters, Addams Family. Oh, those are good ideas. Munsters. Hey, V. Kiten. Oh, you called Pac-Man? Nice. The Munsters, Addams Family. Staffy says they had TV back then. All in the Family, Three's Company. Oh man, what just... Okay, something really bad happened for Tubi. Okay, okay, this is really bad. What do I do? What do I do? Tubi's in an infinite loop. What do I do? Restart script engine. Tubi has 3,000 unsent messages right now. Did Tubi stop? I get these warnings as soon as this happens, and Tubi at the moment is 3,000. Okay, I got to get rid of these messages. They're going to start up again in just a second. Hopefully I broke the loop. Find unsent messages to chat. 3,000 of them. Okay, find continued. Constrain. Mark is sent. Is Tubi still making them? I think Tubi stopped. 696 unsent? Okay, yeah. What on earth caused that to happen? That's going to happen during radio someday. And I'm not going to know. I can't figure out why that started. What's today's date? 12/7/12/19. How many messages did Tubi type? I wasn't looking at chat. Okay, was it 7? Oh, it was your BPM. Yes, you're right. Did you do an epically long BPM? I wonder how that happened. You were absolutely right. That's what it was. Huh. And then it got an infinite loop. I wonder why that Tom says you're welcome. I wonder why that causes a bug. Drum kit is the down tempo. So I'm debugging this in my brain. I think I know what happened. I know what it is. Yeah, I know what the issue is. So when Tubi breaks up messages, Tubi uses a space to break it up so that Tubi doesn't cut a word in half. The problem is that that number is essentially a word, right? Because there's no spaces. And so, yeah, there was something there. So I need to add some sort of failsafe. Because there are lots of ways that could be triggered. It's amazing it hasn't been triggered before. Okay, first up. What would be the easiest way to do that? Well, it'll be easy in a debugger. It's a waste of time to think about it. I just need to get in the debugger and I'll know immediately what to do. Okay, Zimchuck. I love it. It's a weird looking beat, but I love it. I'm not going to change it at all. Not going to add anything. Scabbers has got to add a truncate for any string over. Yeah, well, that's going to be something like that, yeah. Well, what it has to do is it has to test. It has to say if there's no space at this location, then arbitrarily break it at this location, which is sort of what you're saying with truncate. That the issue, the reason it's an issue in the first place is Twitch has a limit on the number of characters you can put in a message. So if Tubi sends a message to chat and there's too many characters, the message will never get to chat. So I had to write a script that would take, and since sometimes inevitably messages can be longer, I had to write a script that would break a long message into little ones, right? And my script assumed that there would always be a space where I could easily break the message. That was the issue. Okay, there's our first beat, and Waka Flocka. There it is. Okay. Sounds built to last from Noter Brute. Brooms, cows without hooves. And that didn't load. Oh no, that first sound was cows without hooves. Tubi. Okay. So this is cows without hooves. This is built to last. Never played chords with this sound, I don't think. It's cool with chords. And then we got Pedestrians from Wow Wow. So, sorry, that was Built to Last. I had the wrong. Let me put it on screen again. That was Built to Last just now. Pedestrians from Soda. From Nicholas Rage, Alien Curse Words. From Doug, Beat Extra Fast. And Kubel Reason, Rather Iffy. Does Twitch chat, when you're typing in Twitch chat, does it tell you when your message is too long? Or just is it just not what you type anymore? It does it at 500 characters. It alerts you. Oh, is it? It's 500 characters? I think it used to be 400. Pretty sure it used to be 400. Does anyone know? Is that anyone? Any API people here who can verify? It's 500. Ruko says. Was it always 500? Maybe I knew that, and how do I have the script? Hey, and hello to Brucos, and it's so wonderful. Since you created your bot, so okay, so yeah, maybe I have it set up that way too. Well, I don't know why. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, I have it at 500. Yeah. I'm remembering because what I do is if a message is over 400 characters, Tubi starts looking for a breakpoint. That's why 400 was in my head. Wait, why? That doesn't make sense though. What am I talking about? No, but I have a Max 470. I don't know. one of the most enjoyable things to practice for me, I mean, and I haven't done this in decades, but it's something you only do on wind instruments, and you probably do it on violin. And I don't know, cool reason. Do you remember? Did you do this? It's called long tones. That would be the first thing you'd practice at the very beginning of your practice session. You do long tones, and you just hold a note. And you sometimes you play two notes. You go da da, and then da da, but hold it a while longer. And it was all about just trying to get the tone as beautiful, as full as possible. It's a really meditative. Sue Wonderful says the VOD from yesterday was killing you, and Doug says what happened yesterday. Yeah, I don't remember anything from yesterday. Was there a yesterday? Did we exist yesterday? I'm not sure. Oh yeah, I have many urgent messages from Tubi telling me, oh, is the Botleys? Delete. I'm glad I have this button, delete urgent messages. So I don't have to see them. Oh, and welcome to Aerith Nayuki. Wait, is this the same Aerith as Aerith's theme? Is that the same thing? From Final Fantasy? I don't really know Final Fantasy, but I did a cover of Aerith's theme. It's on YouTube. It's not? Let's see. Oh, you made it without knowing Final Fantasy? Yeah, again, I've never played any of the Final Fantasy games, but how did we choose that song? Oh, I remember. I found a book of music of the songs, and then I had chat vote. That's what it was. And Ada, is it Cherche Identifiant? Okay, let's end this poll. Anyone just joining, if you're new to this, chat is picking the first sound I'm going to play on this improv. So what you're about to hear is all improvised. I'm going to make it up using all these sounds that chat has chosen. Beat extra fast. O is tied and I picked. He says, "Kid, be a Greek god." I broke the tie. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Time. Okay, time to accelerate. I'll be back live in just a moment. My present day self is running around behind me doing some post-song stuff. In the meantime, if this is your first time watching, welcome. I'm ETC Kid, aka the Etc. Kid. The music you just watched was improvised from scratch. But I got a lot of help from chat. Just before the song, they chose the sounds I was using, the speed of the music. I turned people's names into drum rhythms. So there are many ways you can participate. The easiest way to get involved right away is to type !drums for a chance to be a rhythm on an upcoming song. You can also name the songs we create here, help write what our bot Tubi says, and we have fun community projects on our Discord. So we've got a lot going on. It might seem a little overwhelming at first, but if you take a leap of faith, you'll have everything figured out super fast. So welcome. I look forward to meeting you in chat. So it took me a while, but I've finally jumped on the social media bandwagon. You'll find me on some new up-and-coming platforms like Friendster and MySpace. I just created a new Vine account. I post highlights from the show on there, old songs, poetry recitations, behind-the-scene photos, content like this. Okay, this is my uncover of the song It's a Long Way to Tipperary. It's from 1912. It's a long way to Tipperary. It's a long way to go. It's a long way to Tipperary, to the sweetest girl I know. Goodbye to Piccadilly, goodbye to Leicester Square. It's a long way to Tipperary, but my heart is always there. Thanks for those calps. Thank you. Titles: CallingShotgun with Death Growl, Skyborg Towers of Entropy, Hug Queen Reason Being, So Wonderful Tearing Flesh from Bone, and Brome's Ursa D Minor. Oh, and hey to Curse of Me Twos here. Thanks for all the frogs. And hey to CallingShotgun, Professor Green Thumb, Buddy. Let me shout out a few more titles. Thanks for all the frogs too small to avoid. Doug Faulty HDD. Staffy Back Alley Checkpoint. Dom WE40. Skyborg the Weed Man's Guitar Pet. Pete Mouse, did someone change the gain knob? Whoops. Oh, I forgot that there's the drums. You take those off. Which song is it? 1907. 19th song. No, 5924. What am I talking about? 5924. 5924 drum. 59. It's 5924, right? Yeah. Okay, let's end this Pope. And it's Death Growl. Death Growl by CallingShotgun. Awesome. Thanks, CallingShotgun. Okay, time for our encore. We're doing this orchestral track. Oh, and that's a first title for CallingShotgun. Awesome, first title. Oh, and thanks for all the frogs with a 4-month sub. It writes, I felt naked without my headphones. Thanks for all the frogs. Oh, and so to give it some sounds, we'll check out those sounds. When we get to the sounds in a moment. You're a long-time lurker, CallingShotgun. It's good to have you in chat, too. Okay, we got... Hey, I'm only Big Child and Foos King Zero. Okay, let's see. Sounds. We've got a Jenkins-like bass. I love it. Please request, folks, please request this sound more often. Be happy if this sound got requested every show. Okay. Cooper, this is kind of like bluegrass banjo. I do like the bluegrass banjo. I don't know if I could do it every single show, but this bass I could do a lot. I think the reason I like this bass is it's just it just feels really good to play it. I don't know if I've got like a million samples or something, but it's just it has so much acoustic character to it. So it's really sensitive to how hard I play, hit the keys and. Oh, thanks, BD. That's from Skyborg. Then we have from Mr. Robert, we got Table Bells. That's not Table Bells. Tubi. That's the Irish fiddle. That's not the Irish fiddle. Wow, mostly, what Tubi really blew it. Okay, here's Table Bells. And then we got full brass. Oops. And then we have piccolo staccato. And then lastly, oboe solo. And then we're going to also have our orchestral strings. Whoops, that's not it. Okay, y'all pick which sound starts the improv. Whoops, we're not at that step yet. Where is that step? There it is. And I'm going to play these sounds that were gifted. P says to get more of these sounds, you do theme requests. Well, I created something called sound themes that I was hoping would happen more frequently. And the idea, and then Tubi reminds people in chat to, but yeah, we still get mostly synths. And I love synths, but it's nice to have some variety. You know what would do it is if you got unlock credit anytime you got a sound on a song that was not a synth. That would probably solve the problem, you know? We'd start getting tons of, we would stop getting synthesizer requests altogether. We'd only get, just like that, we would go all acoustic. Hey, Hero Papaya, do you have a daxophone? I don't know what that is. Cool reasons is this while unlock orchestral now, then so we don't get straight synths, yeah. I mean, what happened was, unforeseen circumstance, right? When the first year or two of the show, there was a lot more variety in requests. And then what happened was I was about to go bankrupt, and I had to come up with some way to start funding the show. And that's when Sound Unlock started, around that period. I mean, I'm getting the dates wrong, but so the problem is that all the sounds that we're unlocking that I have available are synths. And so it makes sense people want to request sounds that they've unlocked, but it just meant that we went way in the direction of synths. It went unnamed. Can you try running the name command again? Maybe I messed something up. Try naming it again. Do you remember what you named it? If you try resubmitting, and I can approve it. I mean, the problem is they're just, there aren't that many non-synth sounds. I mean, there's an infinite number of synth sounds, whereas there is a limited number of acoustic that you're going to have without it becoming... like, we have a bunch of upright bass sounds, but none of them are even close to this one Jenkins-like bass. Do I play trumpet? Yeah. Or at least I play it on the show. I use it on the show sometimes. Are you a trumpet player, Shockham? Okay, let's see the sounds. Soda gave this sound to curse at me. Oops, I put that in the wrong place. What did I just mess up? Okay, it's okay. TUF. You play trumpet too? Awesome. I'm a very, very limited as a trumpet player. The most of my brass experience is on the trombone. You're majoring in jazz trumpet? Awesome. Yeah, so my abilities are going to be very rudimentary compared to yours. Who's your favorite jazz trumpet player? It's funny. I love Miles Davis more for his music than for his trumpet playing. I like his trumpet playing, but I love his music. The trumpet players, I love Clifford Brown. I love Art Farmer, Lee Morgan, some of Freddie Hubbard's stuff. Dizzy. Fuskin likes Dizzy. Oh, Blue Mitchell, nice. Fast Navarro. What was that? Okay, so that was and Curse Me Too has named it Tough. I mean, Simon Says. And then Soda gifted this sound to Thankonomics. He says Wynton Marsalis is also great. Wynton Marsalis is one of very few musicians who who was a master of classical music and jazz. I mean, you know, the two most difficult musics that exist from a technical point of view. And he recorded several classical albums, I think, right? Shotgun says, who's your favorite trombonist? It's funny, I was just talking about this earlier. I don't like trombone players for the most part. I'm not that into trombone players, even though that was the main instrument I played growing up. But I was saying the one I appreciate the most is probably Jimmy Knepper. But he played with Mingus, and Mingus was awesome, and that made Jimmy Knepper awesome. But I like some of the stuff. You know, sometimes I like Curtis Fuller or J.J. Johnson, but I'm just not that into jazz trombone players. I don't think they use the slide enough, most of them. My feeling is like they might as well play trumpet or something else if they don't want to use the slide. That's a weird sound. EX sound. What is this? I wasn't paying attention. I love the sound of trombone in horn sections in jazz. So I love, you know, we were talking about Blue Train. You know, I love how it sounds in an ensemble. But there's very few trombone players whose solos I get into. Same thing like the JBs. Fred Wesley is this famous, super famous funk trombone player. His solos don't do it for me at all. But he's an amazing arranger, and he's written some of the most iconic funk horn sections. So I love hearing his trombone with other players. But when he takes his turn to solo, I'm like, just let's let Maceo play. Oh, you have Rob Brookmeyer with the valves? Yeah. There's something called I've talked about this before, there's something called a Superbone that has both slide and valves. I've never played one, but there's a band, and one of my favorite bands growing up was a band called the Don Ellis Big Band. And Don Ellis would play Superbone and super trumpet too, so which would be a slide trumpet. Okay, let's see. Oh, and yeah, did I press that? Oh, and Doug gifted a sub to CallingShotgun. Did I say that yet? Wait, that happened a long time ago. Thank you, Doug. Thankonomics named it Echoing My Heart. And Extra Footsteps. Oh, I ate an angry chicken. Okay, let's do it. Improv time. So this is our orchestral improv with fiddle. Can you all think of any other instruments where the name of the instrument changes depending on the genre of music? So we have the violin and the fiddle are the same instrument, right? But if you're in the orchestra, you're playing violin. If you're in a bluegrass band or a country band, you're playing fiddle, right? Do I have that right? Can you think of any other examples like that where it's a different name based on the genre, but the same instrument? Tom says drums. What would be the other names? I can't think of the other names. Percussion? Do you mean percussion or drums? Is that what you mean? To be percussion in the orchestra? A jank is like bass. Awesome. Stavi's coughing kid is just coughing in real life. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Oh, Shotgun says Mbira on piano, it's region dependent. Well, then I call it a kalimba, Shotgun. So that there's three. Yeah, there's three different names for it. Yeah, I call it a kalimba. But that's because I was introduced to by Earth, Wind, and Fire, and that's what they call it. Yeah, that's a great example. Yeah. Or is a kalimba slightly different? That's nice. I've never done that before. I don't know if you probably could just hear the tapping. Okay, here we go. Let's do it. Hey, synthesize. Here we go. Time to accelerate. Hi, if this is your first time watching, welcome. I'm the Etc. Kid. What you just heard was improvised entirely from scratch, meaning I was making it up as I went along, but I got a ton of help from chat. Chat shows all the sounds I was using, the speed of the music, the drum rhythms were generated from people's usernames. So if you want to get involved, the easiest way to do that right away is type !drums in chat for a chance to be a drum rhythm on an upcoming song. But that's only the beginning. There's many different ways to participate and share your creativity. You can help name all the songs we created on the show. You can help write the script of our channel's bot. We have fun community projects on our Discord. So it might seem a little overwhelming at first. We got a lot going on, but if you stick around, you have it all figured out super fast. So welcome to the Etceterati. If you've been enjoying the music today, we actually release every live show as a live album on Bandcamp. None of the talk, just the music. There's liner notes with credits for everyone who made requests on the songs or named one of the songs. You can pre-order it at any point during the show. Or if you feel like you might want a lot of the shows we're doing, you can become a Bandcamp sub. And as a Bandcamp sub, you can download every new album we release, which at this point is about this many albums a month or more. Not only that, as an added bonus, you can download a certain number of albums from the archives. So let me know if you have any questions about how it works, and know that this is one of the best ways to support what we're doing here. I'm not only on the Twitch, I'm also on the Instagram, the Twitter, the Facebook, the YouTube, the Discord. Follow me there for more content like this.
When you leave the sun and the sun and the stars leave you. When you leave the sun and the sun and the stars leave you.
Thanks for those calps. Let's see, titles. Coberries and Rain on the Roof. Muty Vinyl Fantasy. Altai Shakam. Synthesize Another Sleeping Morning. Devils Came Into the Dream World. Thankonomics Tuesday Evening in the Park. And hey to Raven 8840 Vermin, Synthesize is here. Devils is Kimberly. Oh, I forgot, one of my favorite drum players is actually a cornet player, Nat Adderley. I love Nat Adderley because I mean, Cannonball Adderley, the saxophonist, is one of my favorite musicians of all time. And Cannonball Adderley had a quintet called the Cannonball Adderley Quintet, and his brother Nat, cornet player. Cornet is like a trumpet, but it's slightly different. I mean, if you can play trumpet, you can play cornet and vice versa. But yeah, I need a shout out Nat Adderley. Nat had this thing he'd love to do is he'd play pedal tones on the trumpet. It's sort of like barking sounding. Sometimes I liked it, sometimes I didn't. He'd go into these really sort of, he'd play notes the trumpet players almost never play. Shock 'em. Unfortunately, I don't do that. For there's sort of legal reasons why it's just complicated. But that being said, I would love to hear you. Hear you. I love hearing music people are making, but I don't do any samples on the show. But please, I'm on Discord. I would love to hear some of your music. How good night, Pete Mouse. Oh, wow. Cool Reason just gifted a commission to shock him. Shock him, if you're wondering what that is, what a commission is, it's where you get to make all the requests on a song. So you gotta pick all the sounds and the loops, and you don't have to do it. Well, we're done for tonight anyway, but there's a link. Yeah, Doug, there's a link but there's no rush. It's sort of in the bank essentially, so you have that. Shockham, do you play flugelhorn? Do you have a flugelhorn? I love flugelhorn. I someday I'm gonna get a flugelhorn, and I'd love to get a pocket trumpet because they're adorable. They're so adorable. You know what I should do is I should stop playing everything I do, and just play pocket trumpet on Twitch. Because people are like, what is he doing? That's adorable. What is that little tiny thing he's holding? It's basically a trumpet that's been squashed. And so yeah. They're amazing. And how can I say pocket trumpet without mentioning Don Cherry? Okay. Shock him. No, you don't need to do anything. It's in you have it now. So whenever it could be next show. It could be in 2 months. Cool Reason. So you play kazoo and get people saying, "What the heck is he doing that kazoo?" I tried Cool Reason. I did some streaming on Reddit, and I did the kazoo, and I don't think people were that into it, but it was out of context. I think the key to the kazoo is it has to be. It can't just be all kazoo. It's just shock. The flugelhorns are expensive. Have you seen Shockham? Have you seen the plastic ones? I know they can't be as good, but it seems like they're a lot more affordable. I think they for a couple $100. Whereas what is a normal flugelhorn be several $1,000? A metal one, a good one. I know it's not the same, but. You did see it, Cool Reason? Yeah. Man, I did not like streaming on Reddit at all. I did not like doing that. Well, it was the looping when I did, because we did one kazoo. The kazoo thing was okay. I was, because it was sort of fun to play to whatever request. I don't know, did I do AC/DC or something? I don't remember what it was. But the looping, I don't like the Reddit. The Reddit setup is so beta. Oh, you're in South Africa, Shockham? You can't get plastic flugelhorns there? Oh, some other titles. We had Synthesized Banjoing, Devil's Akimbo Atop Celeste Mountain, Mr. Robert Enveloped in Stars, Positive Powder Donut Spy's Day Off, Hug Queen LD Happening, Staffy Birthday Morning. Oh, there was Flute. Thank you for the reminder. Grizzlies, you think you're too high energy? I think I was, I was motivated because I was like, it's a real struggle now on Twitch to get any traction, and when Reddit started doing these streams, they'd all have 4,000, 3,000 people watching, and I thought if even a couple people, but. Well, when I did it, I did not get the 3,000 or 4,000 viewers. And yeah, I was having to stream from my phone, It's very hard to go from this, the whole setup, to streaming from my phone. But it wasn't even the phone. It was the deal. It was chat. I felt so disconnected from chat. It was just a very uncomfortable experience. I was shocked a little about myself. I was a trombone player, and I did the very traditional route. I played classical music, and I did jazz. And then in high school, I just started adding instruments in high school. And I started playing in rock bands. And But then I played music into my 20s, and then I pretty much stopped. I played it, I guess, into my early 30s, and then I stopped for a long time, and then I had the idea for this show, and that's what really got me playing music again. Synthesizers, what are some of the hardest things to get past with improv? I think from my point of view, the most difficult thing with improv is to let yourself do it. I think it's not, I'm not going to say there's an on-off switch, but I think it's almost like that, where there's this, I think it is in a way like riding a bike, in that there's the before and the after. And what the difference is you letting yourself be expressive and not afraid. I think a lot of people think improv, they think about all the technical things, but to me that is so superficial compared to your willingness to be expressive, to take a risk, to put yourself out there. I've described this once before, this analogy. I was in a jazz group in high school, and a festival orchestra. It was sort of people had auditioned from all over the Northeast to be in this jazz festival orchestra, and we had our big concert. And I remember there being a couple trumpet players in this one song took a solo. Two different trumpet players took solos. One of the trumpet players had tons of jazz training. I mean, they're both very good trumpet players, but only one of them had a lot of jazz training. And that first one went up to do his solo. And he did, if you just wrote down on paper what he did, it was very impressive. He knew his bebop scales. He knew everything. He's up there. But he was just exuding this energy of negativity as he was doing it. He's like he was hating what he was doing. And when he finished, he just was like, he sort of cursed. And you could tell he was pissed about what had happened, you know. And it was just an uncomfortable experience watching him and listening, because he was so, you know, at odds with what he was doing. And then in the same song, this other trumpet player took a solo, and this other trumpet player was extremely limited in terms of his theoretical skills with jazz improvisation. He pretty much could do a blues scale, and that was it. And he went out there, and he you know, it was not sort of this, I hate what I'm doing. He put himself out there, and he's just like ba-da ba-da ba-da-da-da ba-ba-da-ba-da-da-ba. And he was so into it. When he finished, you could tell that he loved what he did. And which solo had the impact? Which solo took us somewhere exciting, took us somewhere meaningful? It was the guy who barely knew jazz. And it was because he was truly improvising, even though he had very little he wasn't playing fast, he wasn't doing anything impressive at all. But he was saying something that meant something. So with improv, that is the most important thing. I think people get too worried about, well, I can't play my instrument well, or I don't know my scales, or I don't know this. If you are truly expressive and let yourself, that is so much more important than anything else. But that, I know that that's a difficult leap. It's a leap of faith to be able to let yourself just be free. You know, and the only reason I can get away with playing as many instruments on the show as I do is because I really try to focus on being expressive, so that whatever my limitations are on the instruments, I'm not focusing on that as I'm playing. Now afterwards, you know, or when I'm just walking around in daily life and I think about how I can barely play these things, some of them, you know, that haunts me. But when I'm performing, I cannot think about that. I have to give everything I have with whatever if some days on the trumpet I can only play, you know, an octave range. Some days I have an octave, you know, I might have 2 octaves on it, you know, but whatever I can do, I try to make the best of it. I try to say, it's like this. If you have a vocabulary of 10 words, you can still say something meaningful. Having a vocabulary of 10,000 words doesn't necessarily mean you're going to say something that means anything more. Because what we say, the words we use, are not as important as the way in which we say those words. Hyros is my emotional range includes suppressed, neutral, and excited. Music and most types of creative expression are not my calling. You might surprise yourself, Hyros, because I would, of the list you gave, in my life, I've spent more in those 2, in the first 2, than I have excited. And the reason I think music is so important to me, and improv it specifically is so important to me, is because it's the only place where I can really be expressive like this. Because I have a hard time being expressive like that in just normal life. So you might surprise yourself when you find the right way to sort of find it in yourself. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Shotgun. It's great to have you here. Stop it. Okay, let's end this. Let's end this poll. Oh wait, did I not end the poll? Oh, there we go. Kubernetes says, here's an experience I had very similar, different form of expression. I remember seeing Les Miserables when I came to town about 28 years ago. Then I saw it on Broadway 3 years later. I was bitterly disappointed. The acts on Broadway went through the motions where the other group performed out of love of the material. So I just when I go to jams, I try to forget about everything I've shedded and just play freely. Yeah. I would ask, just to follow up on what you were saying, Iros, I'd ask you this. It seems like you appreciate music that has a dynamic range of emotions, right? So I believe very deeply that if being a listener of music, you have to be creative in order to appreciate it. If you're not creative, you're not going to want to listen to music. It will mean nothing to you. I think your brain has to turn that music into something meaningful. Otherwise, it's just noise. And so, yeah, I believe that very strongly that if someone has the ability to appreciate something that's expressive, then they too can be expressive. Now that, again, I'm focusing on expressiveness, not necessarily technical skill, right? Meaning, for example, if somebody looks at a Michelangelo and can appreciate it, it may be a challenge for them to get the technical skill to draw like Michelangelo. But I believe they have the expressive skill to create something that has impact. And it synthesizes, named it Another Sleepy Morning. Another Sleepy Morning. Let's see. Iris says, that's definitely food for thought. I'm trying to find a creative outlet for myself. I'm going to try a 30-day exercise in fantasy world. But that's a great idea. Over winter break. I think sometimes it can be. I think for many of us, right, we are not taught to be very connected to our emotions. Many of us are very disconnected from our emotional state. And so that can be difficult from a creative point of view when you try to do something creative and you feel like, I don't have anything to offer this, right? But I think if you feel stuck like that sometimes, where let's say you sit down, you want to make something, you want to write a song, or you want to make a beat, or you want to do a drawing, or whatever, you want to write something, and you feel like I got nothing. You can, if you have the ability to be affected by other people's emotions, you can do something that's inspired by their emotions, right? So maybe if there's a moment in a movie that really is dramatic, emotional, and you felt emotionally affected by it. What it might be, a moment of sadness or rage or jealousy or whatever. And sometimes it's easier to be inspired by something outside of ourselves, right? But still, it's us that is making that have meaning, right? We are giving that meaning. Someone else might see that movie and not have the same emotional reaction. They're gonna have a different one, or they might be unmoved entirely. So I think that can be a way to sort of dip your toe and start thinking in an emotional way when you're creating. If it's hard to get it directly from yourself, is look outside of yourself. But I can count on one hand since I was 12 the number of times I've cried in real life since I was 11 or 12. But how many times have I cried in movies? Oh, I can't keep track of that, right? It's so much easier to sort of, for me in real life, for me to experience that kind of emotion when it's in an artistic, creative context, right? And metaphorically, how many times have I cried as a performer? I mean, I haven't had tears rolling down my face, but I have put myself into those kind of emotional states countless times as a performer. And that's why I think one of the reasons I think art is so valuable is for so many of us, again, where this conversation started, so many of us have a hard time processing these kinds of feelings and emotions in our just normal life. Either we don't know what to do with them, or we've repressed them, or we're depressed. Depression is, I think many people experience depression as an absence. It's not a sadness. It's an absence of anything. It's just this, which depression is a difficult thing to deal with when you're trying to be creative, because but again, so when we have a hard time finding inspiration in ourselves, look around us, and translate these things. But the key is we're the one doing the translating. Even if we're taking an external inspiration, we're the ones that are transforming it in a way that only we could have done. No one else is going to experience it exactly the same way we did. Economics is American culture definitely discourages emotional development in some fronts, especially in males. Oh, thank you, Ozeki. Wait, I missed it. And I think there was a resub too, right? Yes, thanks, Ozeki. Thanks for the donation. And did I see, was it a resub from OC Iron? Oh, Doug is a new sound. FOH for Dom. I see FOH and my mind immediately thinks front of house. You see that abbreviation all the time. Does anyone know what I mean by front of house? Muti says, art is suffering till it's done. Then you feel triumphant and brave enough to face the misery. I mean, for me, art is mere. It's a way to process life. Sometimes in a very explicit way, sometimes in a more intuitive, subtle way. And the range that we deal with in life, there's a lot of suffering. There's hopefully at least some joy and happiness sometimes. And life also is a lot of just mundane. You just gotta get up and do the thing, and part of art is that. Part of art is putting in the work. But you think, I think art is, it's hard to think of many other things where people will make as many sacrifices to do something outside of art. And I'm using art in the big sense, right? Music, any sort of creative outlet. Obviously people make sacrifices for other people, right? And that's where people make the greatest sacrifices in life, for the most part, for other people. But when it's not for other people, when it's for something and I think the reason for that is that even though art can be so difficult psychically, those of us who've made sacrifices to be able to do it, it's because we are getting something extraordinary from doing it that makes it worth the sacrifices. FOH. But improv is the best ever for me because it's not working in the same way. Because it's in real time. So there's no time to judge. There's no time to second guess myself. I just have to do it. I just do it. And so I avoid a lot of the worst parts of creation with improv. Whereas when I'm doing composition or producing or writing, it's torturous. But improv is never torturous for me. There'll be times where I'm really tired, but if I were trying to do something else, I'd be absolutely exhausted, right? But even with improv, I'm able to somehow pull it together because it's in real time, Kubri's this 1 hour to-be sing. I took the to-be sing out of the radio rotation because what is it? It was an hour. It was a 90-minute long. The to-be sing. Unlocked Gold Talk Show. Look at it this way, Doug. I would have ended by now if it wasn't for this conversation. Oh, the front of house. Front of house is typically my context is dealing with band, performing, and so in that world, front of house, you're usually talking about the sound engineer that's for the front of house, and sometimes you have a sound engineer that's for the band, and they'll be on the side of the stage usually. But it probably means in theater it probably is, yeah. But I know it from the context of playing in clubs and stuff. Hey, Zachwo, great username. And Carlos Carlotta. Did we get lots of venues for Santa? The awesome image that Staffy found? Well, I guess we have all the way till Thursday to get more venues, so there'll be plenty of venues. I figure we'll have show the okay, I'll show the album. New release. Wait, what? Oh, upcoming release. Stavis says, do you see Skeleton Santa? No, did you put that in recently? I'm pretty far behind. I'm slowly working through, so I don't know. Maybe I did see, I'm not remembering if I did see it. There it is. That's the Christmas Eve album cover. Intense. It's intense. I think what I'll do is I'm gonna find a nice, sweet sort of snow scene for Christmas. You know, we'll have Santa with the gun on Christmas Eve, and then a nice winter snow scene for our Christmas Day album. Clarissa's campers are also intense. Tubi's dating Skeleton Santa. Is it the 24th? Do I have the right date? Oh yeah, 12/24, yeah. Staffy says the skeletons moving a Santa mask, kind of dark. Oh, thank you, Biaros. Oh, thank you so much. A big donation from Biaros. Biaros writes, Happy Holidays, kid, in chat. Thank you for the music and creative insights, kid. Thank you, chat, for the sense of true company I have here. Thanks. Thank you, Aros. Thank you. Oh, where's it? Why is there no background music? Thank you, Aros. Oh yeah, and Pierre has a show on Wednesday. What's the theme on Wednesday, Pierre? Going with bangers and raise speed from 100 to 160. So if anyone doesn't know, Pierre's been doing DJing, remixing or mixing songs from this show, from the library, our library of songs. Pierre says 2-hour shows, about 15 to 20 songs per show. Okay. Oh, thank you, Cool Reason. Thank you so much. Oh, Cool Reason, it's hashtag Gold-Encore. I really need to make one that just does encore, don't I? Thanks so much, Cool Reason. Thank you. Oh, and Iros, I think you need to run the unlock command too. Yeah, Iros. There it goes. Nice. Okay, we're doing one more. I was just about to show the set list. I was on that step. Okay, we're doing one more. Yeah, I just want to add, I don't want to sound too, too sort of, reduce, because Synthesize had asked me about what was difficult with improv. So I'll say, for me, expressively, I don't feel limited. I don't feel self-conscious. I don't feel now, from a technical point of view, from a music theoretical point of view, there's often things that are that I want to change at or develop more skill at, but for me, those things are always subservient to expression. This is once Soprano goes away, I want to attend a beginner's improv comedy class. Oh, yeah. I highly recommend that, Iros. I highly recommend it. I did some improv when I first moved to California. I took a bunch of improv classes, and it was, you know, it's challenging in a really good way. If you have the right group of people, though, people are so in my experience, we're so supportive of each other, and it's just, you got to be a kid again. You do these ridiculous games, and oops. But yeah, I definitely recommend that. If I think one of the best advice I got from a teacher when I was doing comedy improv, or was don't try to be funny. Just be free. And if you're free, funny things will happen. And when I've watched improv comedy, I think so much of what makes it liberating and funny is when the performers are free, are relaxed, are just being spontaneous. A lot of times with improv comedy, you could write down what they did, and it's just not funny. And yet the whole audience was dying while they were doing it. And it's just, when someone on stage is free, it lets you in the audience feel that as well. And when we're free, we're more ready to laugh. We're happier. We're more ready to laugh. We're more ready to feel emotions or whatever. Okay, let's see. Where do I go? There it is. I think it's that step. I'm getting better, Doug. There's some really good improv comedy in San Francisco. Dom, or you've probably seen it, Dom, or if Soda's still here. There's some really good groups. There was one I really enjoyed. They were teachers some of them were teachers at the school where I studied the improv, but there was something called there was a curse word, and it was something like your effed up relationship or something like that. And they've been doing this for 10, 15 years or something, forever. And then the way it starts is they have someone come up on stage and they just have them talk about a bad relationship they had. And then they do a whole comedy improv inspired by little pieces of things from the conversation. Dom's played the random improv comedy jazz club when you're 20, got free beer. Angry Chicken says, I was told I'd be an awesome stand-up comedian because I just talk about work. Okay, I'm just getting these requests. Cooper says, sounds like whose relationship is it anyway? Biaros is the moment I knew I really had the knack for comedies when I changed my name to Biaros. Biaros, do you still have did you change your username or do you have two users? Did you make, is this a second account? Because I might be oh, it's the same account? Okay, first request to have a Zackalope. Zackalope, if you're still here, you got these when you followed. If I didn't scare you away with all the talking, you're going to have a drum fill and a drum loop on this next track, and Thanks for All the Frogs is 25th sound. Oh, we got a pie chart? Oops. Okay. Let me zero out. We'll do that in just a second. Just get everything loaded. Oh, Zacklope's still here. Awesome. I've been having a hard time remembering to turn off the little sensor. The last two shows, I don't know which, and then the battery dies. And it often dies at the wrong moment. And then camera 3 is, you know, off looking out in the wild blue yonder, not where I am standing. Oh, we got a follow from Aaron Jarrett, too. Thank you. Meaty says, any handicaps for Team 5 charts, like 60-minute slow mode when we do game show, just everything's fair and square. You know what I should do, Muty, is I should write some code to figure out which categories pie chart does best at and worst at, and remove all the ones they're good at and only do categories they're bad at. So we do know, as we said, we know that they struggle with well, Dom struggles with Housewives. So we're definitely doing Housewives. And we're not going to do lyrics, but everyone dominates on lyrics. But Dom especially dominates. Dom's record on lyrics must be like 99% correct. Okay, let's do it. We got it. Time for some Poes and Pies.
Super. It's time for the yearningly sophisticated Pose and Pies by Tubi. Here's a question. Which of the following would make a suspiciously educational tattoo? And your options. 1. Diving bell. 2. The ghost of John Coltrane. 3. Snowball fighting. 4. Tapeworm. 5. Trailers. 6. Martha Stewart. 7. Giacomo Dynamite.
Suspiciously educational. What does that even mean? Suspiciously educational? Like what? What is that? Like a sneak attack? Like they're gonna, you're gonna be educated without realizing you're being educated? Is that it? Suspiciously educational tattoo. I mean, the ghost of John Coltrane, that'd be a cool tattoo. Giacomo Dynamite would be a cool tattoo, but suspiciously educational? I guess tapeworm, you know? And then that's what it is. They're like, why do you have a tapeworm? And then they launch into it's a segue. It's the way they segue into warning about not eating tapeworms or something. He says, what about Martha? She bakes well baked. Okay, send this. Martha Stewart is suspiciously educational. Okay, we got one more.
Here's a question. If you were Bruce Willis, which of the following do you think you'd have an unlimited supply of, and your options? 1. Curiosity. 2. Transistor. 3. Wedding cake. 4. Mixed media of the invigorating Ozeki. 5. Ackerbilk. 6. Sparkling water.
Ozeki, are you still here? I'm sorry about that. That's totally random. To be picked a random. Okay, Ozeki's here. If you were Bruce Willis, which of the following do you think you'd have an unlimited supply of? Curiosity, transistor, wedding cake, mixed media of the invigorating Ozeki, Ackerbilk. What is Ackerbilk? Or sparkling water? I'll tell you what I would want. I always want an unlimited supply of curiosity. If I could choose what I have an unlimited supply of, it would be curiosity. Of all those things, curiosity. It'd be so funny if you go to Bruce Willis's house and he's like, come down to the cellar. Come down to the cellar. And you think, oh, he's going to show me his wine collection. But no, it's his wedding cake collection. They're all frozen. Apparently it's this thing. When people get married, if they don't finish their cake, they send it to Bruce Willis. Okay, I guess I'm going wedding cake. I think that's what Bruce Willis has an unlimited supply of. Wedding cake. Okay, I'm ending this poll. Did someone tell me what Ackerbilk is, if that's a person, or did Tubi just make that up? Is that a real thing? What's Ackerbilk? And it's a tie. So one of the Greeks is gonna vote, and Nanki has chosen sparkling water. Yeah, that's probably the most realistic. Bruce Willis probably has yeah. CallingShotgun says unbounded curiosity is a curse taken from experience. I mean, I guess they do say that thing about cats, don't they? Oh, Meaty says Bernard Stanley Bilk, known professionally as Ackerbilk, was a British clarinetist and vocalist known for his breathy, vibrato-rich lower register style and distinctive appearance of goatee, bowler hat, and striped waistcoat. Oh, wow. I wonder who added Ackerbilk. Oh, Zeki says, oh, how y'all underestimate my media. Mixed media. Mixed media it'd be something like videos of paintings and thank you Tubi. Good job. I'm glad I fixed that so you could do these again. He says Bruce likes to die hard. Okay, our drum kit is the Extreme Vibration Jingler. Whoops, I should make the beat first. First up, we have Hypnotic of the Beat. Man, there's a lot of reverb on that. This drum kit, so much reverb. You know, I've always believed there's no such thing as too much reverb, but for some reason there's too much reverb for me on this today. Can I turn it off? Or reduce it? What kit is it on? Oh, there it is. Oh no, it's just built into the sound, isn't it? Well, you won't hear it as much once the... Saturation, what is it? Saturation lo-fi. Yeah, there's no reverb. Modulation. Huh. So that's just built into that snare drum. Wow. Okay, that's Hypnotic of the Beat. And then Zackalope. There has to be. I'm looking at the sample, and is it not showing the full sample? The way, oh, there's reverb. Okay. Awesome, there's Zackalope. And then sounds from Wow Wow Soda Sinister Bass. From Blue Mango's Doomsday Machine. Cool Breeze and Brucos' Violin Pizzicato. Media this season with Nemesis or Sledge. Generosity to Bug from Three Muffin Loaf. And then Thankonomics with Echo in My Heart. Oh, this sound, when we first played it, it wasn't doing this. It was sort of cut off. Something, but now it's working. Okay, y'all pick which sound starts the improv. Title Inspire. let's do... Hey, why is that not opening? Where's the light? Huh. Did it crash? Control-Alt-Delete, right? Where's the delete? Oh, there it is. I don't see where I can quit. It's not in the list. Oh, there it is. Max. Okay. Okay, title inspiration. We haven't done this one in a long time. Let's do fill in the blank. Missing word. It's been almost a year. So make a title and put underscores for one of the words. But don't just take a word out. The goal is that it's ambiguous so that different people, so what Dom did is not what I want you to do. Sorry, Dom. Because everyone here is going to know it's bring back the pie charts. So yeah, so there's one from Dom. I have no idea what goes in there. M big blank us. So you want to do it so that it's open to interpretation. Open to interpretation. Yeah, brooms, blank in the rain. I just zoned out for a second. Okay, but the light show's working now. Good. Echoing my heart. Okay, here we go. Time to etceterate. Press the button. of the ocean, I imagine a sunrise, a starfish. Baby dolphins asking how, asking why. From the bottom of the ocean, I'll take that elevator into the sky, into the music. All these friends in faraway places, drifting through the ocean, counting out each and every one of their faces. We're all dancing with the octopus doctor, but it doesn't really matter when you're swimming like an otter. Hi, if you came in during the music and this is your first time watching, welcome. I'm the Etc. Kid. What you just heard was improvised music, meaning I was making it up from scratch as I went along. But I got a ton of help from chat. Chat chose the sounds I was using, the speed of the music, the drum beats and drum fills were generated from people's usernames. So if you want to get involved, the easiest way to do that right away is type !drums in chat for a chance to be a drum fill or a drum loop in one of the upcoming songs we do. But that's only the beginning. There are many different musical things you can request, but you don't need any musical experience to participate. There are many ways to share your creativity. You can help name all the songs we do on the show. You can help write the script of our channel's bot. We do fun community projects on Discord. So it might seem a little overwhelming, I know, but if you stick around, take a leap of faith, you'll have everything figured out super fast. So welcome again, and I look forward to meeting you in chat. Apparently I'm on social media. If you follow me there, you'll find highlights from the show, stripped down arrangements of old songs, poetry recitations, behind the scenes photos, portraits of Jiffy Star Child, thoughts in the creative process, and a whole lot more. Stuff like this. I Know My Soul by Claude McKay. I plucked my soul out of its secret place and held it to the mirror of my eye, to see it like a star against the sky, a twitching body quivering in space, a spark of passion shining on my face. And I explored it to determine why this awful key to my infinity conspires to rob me of sweet joy and grace. And if the sign may not be fully read, if I can comprehend but not control, I need not gloom my days with futile dread, because I see a part and not the whole. Contemplating the strange, I'm comforted by this narcotic thought. I know my soul.
If I was a mole, I'd walk that mountain down. If I was a mole, nobody only slow mountain walking down here. You know, right now, yeah. If you know it.
Thanks for those calps. Titles: Ozeki Crumbling Blank Empire. Hyros, We Evolve from Blank. Positive Powdered Donut, Please Blank Instead. Thankonomics Open to Blank. Angry Chicken, Surrounding Myself with the Blank. And I was inspired by some titles for lyrics from 3 Muffin Loaf 9 Disco Elevator Blank Music. Staffy Bottom of the Blank, Imagine the Sunrise Blank, I Blank a Doctor. Oh, we have a 4 on the 4. I didn't see that. Okay. We got a new sound for some new sounds. NOH. Whoops. NOH. Vintage. Okay. NOH. This is Cool Reason gifted this to Angry Chicken. And then AQH for Devils is Kimberly gifted from Cool Reason. AQH. That's cool. And then Cool Reason gifted to BRO's TTH. That's TTH, and now it's for Iros, and then Cooper Reason gifted to Ozeki NVF. Ozeki named it Never Ventured Far. Angry Chicken named their sounds Nocturnal Opus Hairbender. Oh no. Oh no! It's that time. Anyone have plans tomorrow? Big plans? I think I might do a little hiking. Just, for like 45 minutes. I haven't been outside in about 3 or 4 days. Good reason working. Oh, thanks for all the frogs. Cool Breeze is busiest time of the year? Yeah, I can imagine. Meaty says, my team playing a match tomorrow, so out of throwing peanuts at the TV and grumpy afterwards because Mrs. Meaty makes me vacuum. Yeah. Oh, man. I just visualizing the mess. Are these shelled peanuts? Or are you throwing the shells of the peanuts? What? Help me imagine this even more, in more detail. Bruce says, our friends might come over. Staff says, no plans, the best plans. Ozeki says, probably some Tetris parenting, maybe driving my RC monster truck. Oh, that sounds cool. Uses roasted peanuts. I got no time to deshell. Waving my arms in dismay too much. So your team is not very good, Muty. Or this year they're struggling. Let's end this Poe. Doug says, I have none. Oh, wait, plans? I thought you said pants. Let's break this tie. Santa Chug says, I know the feeling as a Raiders fan. When I was a kid, Raiders were, I think they were my, I didn't live wherever the Raiders were, but I think I just liked the name the best of all the football teams. And there's, they're Raiders. It's intense, the name. And then, as luck would have it, I moved to Oakland for 5 years. Although I never actually went and saw a game. Has it been confirmed? Are they definitely leaving? Where are they going? They were probably in Oakland, cool reason. Well, they were in LA briefly, weren't they? Weren't they the LA Raiders for a while? They've moved a lot. Oh, they're in Las Vegas. Oh, they've done the move. Oh. Las Vegas Raiders. Huh. Shows how much I'm keeping track of the sporting world. Zach said, I grew up in NorCal. My mom's side of the family loved Oakland teams, and dad's loved this SF. Cool reasons they were in Oakland, LA, Oakland, and Vegas. Wow. Are there any, this is some sports trivia, are there any other teams in the NFL that have moved as many times as the Raiders? And bonus question, are they is it the same owners? Is it that these owners just are fickle? Grass is greener on the other side. The Rams have moved a lot. I have moved a lot in my life. Did I make a list of? I think I made a list, didn't I? I made this list last year. I don't know if I remember everywhere, but let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. I've lived in at least 30 different buildings in my life, at least that I can remember, at least 30. And then in terms of different locations, like countries or states or cities, and I'm gonna just combine all the Boston, Somerville, Cambridge, all those places. That's all the same. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 distinct places, 30 buildings. Cooper uses lines move to the trash heap every year, it seems. Ozaki says Oakland A's went from Philly to KC to Oakland. Staff says I've probably traveled millions of miles in my entire life. He says that's like a building every 9 months given your age. Iris says I'm stressing out thinking about that. I hope you decide to write an autobiography. I would be very happy if I only have to move one more time. My situation is not permanent here, but I sort of hope that the next place I go I can be in for like 20 years at least. You know? I'm a little tired. I'm tired of moving. But, you know, well, it depends. See, it's just if I'm going to do the music show, then I want to be in one place. But if I'm not going to do the music show, you know, if someday if I'm just doing storytelling, I've talked about this. Plan B would be I'd travel and I'd get work just enough to pay the bills, all sorts of jobs. I'd just do all sorts of stuff, you know? Just try to experience tons of different kinds of situations and tell stories at night. Live out of a van or something. Let's see. And Thankonomics has named it Open 2. Thanks, Thankonomics. You know, I think I've realized. I think, especially now that I'm at an advanced age. I think. I mean, I could be if I was right. If I'm happy with what I'm doing with my time, I could be happy anywhere, even if it was really cold. I mean, I don't want to live anywhere where it's really cold, but I did that, you know. But I mean, it gets cold in New Mexico. It doesn't get as cold as it did in, you know, Boston or New York, but it gets cold here. But yeah, I could if I'm happy with how I'm spending my time, I could live anywhere. If I'm not happy with how I'm spending my time, it doesn't matter where I live. I won't be happy. Angry Six, the first time I ever saw snow was in New Mexico. Yeah, it snowed a couple of times already. But there's no snow right now. Kuberti says it gets colder than you'd think in arid and semi-arid climates. Let's see. What do I press? Oh yeah, that button. Iros is now Balloon Conductor Iros. Review new. Okay, I did that. Our show is live from the shore of existence. We did 6 tracks: Moleman, Do I Stay High, Froggy Bongos, Death Growl, Another Sleepy Morning, and Open 2. I was like, I'm still not used to 9.5 months of humid, excessive heat. Yeah, humidity is rough. Yeah, humidity is not an issue in New Mexico at all. And it wasn't really an issue in Northern California. But in Boston, it would get humid. You know, I mean, emotionally, I really just don't like the cold, but I think psychologically, I think it's easier to deal with cold than humidity. Because, you know, with cold, well, you can go inside and then you're fine. Humidity, it's just, sometimes you can't get away from it. And it just saps your energy, you know? Zach, you went from North Dakota to New Orleans. So you're not in New Orleans. New Orleans was on my list when I was moving. I was considering New Orleans. I think from a music point of view, it'd be a fun place to be. But I think if I were thinking purely in terms of music, Austin would be probably the best place. Just like he says, don't do it. Well, yeah, it's definitely not. It's not happening anytime soon. Yeah, Austin, I think, is most likely. If I'm doing music long term. Because my dream remains that someday I would be able to regularly have guests. I'd have a bigger space again, and I'd be set up for that. Ozeki says Austin seems great expensive. Yeah, what I was thinking is actually living in not in Austin, but maybe half an hour to 45 minutes from Austin. So it would be so I'd be in a much less expensive place than Austin itself, but musicians could come to me. And there'd probably be a lot of musicians who couldn't afford Austin who would live in the outskirts, That's what I was sort of thinking. Cooper says you'd be able to collaborate with ACS a lot. Yeah. I was like, I've considered Texas, but I also have to rent because property tax is a killer. Yeah, I was reading about that. Texas has this, this thing about that they don't have taxes, but their property taxes are high. Yeah. That's how they pay for stuff. There's no income tax, but they get you other ways. Our superstar mods, Brucos, Buddy, Kuberese, and Dom, Megs, and Tubi. Thank you, mods. We had donations. Wow, look at that. Amazing support tonight from Kuberese, Doug, Iros, and Ozeki. And also Wow Wow Soda. I'm not sure why it's not up there. We had a cheer from Captain Stone. Thank you. We had a gifted sub from Doug CallingShotgun. 29 months for OCI and 4 for Thankonomics. Thanks to all our lurkers and chatters. Oh, Zeki, every single bit counts. It makes a difference. I appreciate it. I really appreciate it, Ozeki. Ozeki, I had a stretch. I had a stretch on playing the subways in Boston, and I would make more money in quarters than I would make in bills. And I just thought about it because I only did it for a while, but I just thought about, because I thought about other subway musicians and I just knowing that, just seeing that it worked that way, I just thought about all the people who are afraid to feel bad about only giving a 10 cents or a quarter, and on the subways and stuff, feeling like, oh, I need to give $1, but I can't afford $1, and I'm embarrassed to give 10 cents. But the thing is that it adds up. It adds up, and I figured out that if everybody, if everyone was just giving me quarters on the subway and no one gave me bills, but people who were afraid, I would have made more money. If people hadn't been so yeah, everything makes a difference. I really appreciate it. These 27 names, either named our current tour, named our venue, named one of our songs, made a request for one of the songs. Some of the names I'm going to say differently than you see on screen or in chat. It's because I'm honoring their Say My Name requests. Staff is every single bit you say yes. Let's see. We featured, here we go. 3 Muffin Loaf 91, Balloon Conductor Iros, Bax, Blue Mangoes, Broom 17, CallingShotgun, Kuberese and Dom says, bring back the pie charts to read. I'll change my name to even longer than the last name my name until Team Pie Charts. Finally, loses the game show. Duel, Douglas Filmer, Hug Queen LD, Kiv FGA, Megs, Mr. Robert, muting this season is to be jolly. Fa la 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 la, Nicholas Rage, Notre Brood, Pierre, Positive Power, Donut, Santa Chug, Skyber, YZ, Staffy, Synthesize, thanks for all the frogs, Wow Wow Soda, Zackalope, and Zimchuck. Man, the last 2 times I've gotten stuck, on the last half, and then I really struggle. Jacob says quite late, yeah. Let's see. Let's find someone to raid. Yeah. Oh, it's my bedtime. Well, I've had a hard. I'm supposed to be, theoretically, if I'm going to get 7.5 hours of sleep, I should be in bed in 9 minutes and asleep. But that that's not happening lately. So I've been I've been going to bed a lot later than this. Well, not a lot later, but it was the last night I went to bed an hour and a half later than this. Because I was working on something after the show. I don't remember what it was. And I couldn't stop. Even when those 2 alarms went off, I couldn't stop. I think it would involved. I think it might have involved jalapeno broccoli, actually. Thangonomics is 9 minutes. No, Thangonomics. I have like 15 minutes at least of stuff I have to do after the show ends. Always. You know, I got to turn radio back on. That takes 5 minutes, and then I got to stop all these things recording. I got to turn off cameras and computers, and yeah, it's at least 15. Probably. I mean, if I do everything I'm supposed to, it's like 25 minutes. Okay, let's see. Tonight is the night, right? I feel it. We're gonna have a sousaphone player playing late at night on Twitch. I so dislike not having actual thumbnails on Twitch. I think it helps so much with discoverability. I don't know how people have the energy to sort through all these. Maybe it's just I have to do this late at night and I'm just tired, and I look at, and every thumbnail looks exactly the same. Metal rock way to that. Come for the bass tones. What's this? A bass player? Come for the bass tones. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Hey, Brother Boat. How you doing? Sadly, we're about to raid. Oh no, it's the other alarm. I gotta do a math question. This won't stop until I do a math question. Oh, sorry about this. I can't do anything till it won't accept my password. Quiet. Shut up. I can't. Sorry. Okay. That was an easy math question. That was so easy. Sometimes they're a lot harder. Can you get it on beer? Sure. It's a different key than the music, but chat, if you enjoy this, it's thanks to Brother Bo. Brother Bo gifted it to the channel. Okay. Did I copy the... There it is. And wait, did I thank my brain? Did I thank you for the cheer, or did I just imagine in my mind that I thanked you? So either I forgot, or I'm saying it twice. Rather say it twice than zero. Thank you. Thanks for that cheer. Thank you. Brother Bo says, what is a cheer? At this hour, I'm starting to think, is that a sort of some sort of epic existential question? What is a cheer, after all? What is happiness? What is contentment? What is being alive? Thanks everyone for an awesome trio of shows. Next week we have a quartet of shows, a quintet with including Pierre's show on Wednesday. But we got 3 music shows, and the next Sunday we're gonna do the game show. And then we got coming up. We got New Year's. I think I'm playing on New Year's Eve, right? New Year's Eve, and I'm playing. We're going to do a Public Domain Day celebration on January 1st, and it'll be a normal show. But then we'll have a segment where I feature some of the things that are going to the public domain. I'll sing some songs, and maybe I'll do a soundtrack to something, and maybe I'll read some poetry or read a short story or something. Okay. Sounds good. Okay, let's do it. Thanks, everyone. Have a wonderful whatever comes next. Hope to see y'all soon. Okay, here we go. Let's do it. Okay, take care.